Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We are continuing with our tag Rise. Um, okay. Here's what I'm thinking. Let's do a little experiment. Let's see if we can get new character animations. Um, this particular set of animations uses the body and the head as two separate pieces. Maybe, maybe I should just keep it as one piece altogether. So I'll take a screenshot, make a new image. And then we're going to use this character sizing. Use it as a baseline. Okay. Okay, so I'm still working on the the animations for the cutscenes. I figured while that is taking place, I could try revamping this a little bit. Hey, good day. Yay. How's it going? Yeah, I figured it's been a while since we made these animations. Maybe we can do something better. Let's see here. Let's start with a bit of an outline. Hey, I need to lock the guides. There we go. And then first frame. Okay. The brush size is really small. Wanting to learn 2D, we get initially. Were you good initially? No. Who's ever good initially? Um, nah, man. The very early drawings are just complete not a dog shit. So it's been an iterative process. Okay. Any suggestions to where to start? Man, just start drawing. If you want to do 2D, when you say learn 2D, are you talking about 2D game dev or 2D just drawing or painting? let's see if I can do this. Drawing. Create my own concept art. Yeah, okay. So some of the uh, a lot of useful stuff you will find in a couple of books. Look up books by Anatomy for Sculptors. There's a couple of really fascinating books. They have it's like a there's a book called Anatomy for Sculptors. There's one called Face and Neck, and there's one called Anatomy of Facial Expression. Facial expression is more for like animators, 3D animators especially, because it's like a really, really intricate book on where the muscles and tendons are and what causes which muscles and tendons are responsible for which facial expressions and which parts of the face movement. That sort of stuff you really need when you get into like heavy animation. Um, so you can take a look at that. That's fascinating books. The PDFs are fairly cheap, relatively speaking, but they're really, really good books. They're worth every penny. Um, aside from that, also look up Loomis Head and Hands. Loomis Head and Hands. That one's a really good book. And the rest of it is just doing a heck of a lot of practice and experimentation. Like what I do is I pick a movie and I take some screenshots that have good lighting in them, and I try to repaint them to see if I can, how close I can try to repaint them. So you can do that for just kind of building up your muscle, so to speak, building up your skill. And yeah, the rest of it is just actually trying to paint. Oh, well, hello. Okay, I don't think we want to go full side view here. Also, if you start looking up YouTube videos, like go to YouTube search and then look up drawing tutorials and then go to shorts. There's going to be a set of channels, a series of channels that who have these little tidbit information. Like, for example, how to properly pose a character in perspective, why your character head might look good at certain angles, uh, some mistakes, common mistakes that people make. So subscribe to that and then watch a bunch of those so that YouTube algorithm delivers those kinds of videos in the future. Hey, Zoltan. Good day. Zoltan the Sultan. Hey. Sure, need at least to give 30 minutes daily. That's what I try to do. I've cleared up a little corner in my room. Maybe this is just me, but having a dedicated space where you do that helps mentally quite a lot. So what I've done is took a little corner in my room. I have a little desk there, and that corner has little desk chair and then nothing but drawing and painting stuff. So when you enter that zone, you are now in the drawing zone, and that's what you're going to be doing. Not browsing Facebook or Twitter, Instagram, YouTube Shorts, none of that stuff. This is the zone for drawing. But who knows? Maybe that's just like me, because I found that to be an exceptionally handy approach. Okay, this might be kind of tricky with that color. Let's actually switch this. Okay, I'm going to copy this. We'll have to see about moving the character up or down as he's running. Okay, so the 0 to 5. Whoa. Okay. Easy. Struggling with baking high poly mesh data onto low poly mesh in Substance. Does a high quality mesh have the same UV island layout? The high quality mesh does not need any UVs whatsoever. The low quality mesh, however, needs to have UVs. Doesn't matter which layout it is. But it depends on what kind of an issue you're having. Make sure your high quality mesh doesn't have additional accidental mesh data in it. Okay. You know what? This is more of a walk. I think we need more of a run. Okay, let's try something else. I think the difference is that only one foot is on the ground at all times. So we got this, and then we've got this, the front, doing the same thing. How do you find the optimal sprite size for 2D character in a resolution game? It all depends on your other assets. Or you could design your character in whatever size you want, whatever size that delivers the proper non-pixel but good quality resolution, and then around that size, around that dimension, you design your tiles, your sprites, and everything else. Or you could go the other way. You could design your basic ground tile, maybe some foliage, some leaves, and then in Godot you can, well, or whatever engine, you could go to the level you're working on and set your zoom to 100%, and then just take a screenshot. And now, because the zoom is at 100%, you should have a one-to-one resolution. You just start a new document, paste it in, and then you can design your character in relation to all the assets surrounding it. Other than that, it's all subjective. Different games go for different resolutions. Because this game, sure, like when I'm zoomed in this close, it looks pixelated, but the game really takes place from this far off. So is it really pixelated? At this point, the individual pixels kind of blend in together. Okay. Okay, so let's assume this is the front leg. Just gonna try to fix up the silhouette. And then this, I need to push this further. Um, doesn't matter what OBJ GLTF. I've always just baked with OBJ. I don't think that should be a problem. I don't think that should matter. Okay, so let's try this. 7 to 10. There's only 3 frames per step. Okay, this is the front. This foot's got to be on the ground. Okay. So this is 7 to 12. Yeah, that could work. Now, technically, every time we make one of these lunging movements, it should move forward. Forward. And then back. This one doesn't really feel quite as pushed. Nice. Hmm. Maybe instead push this back. And this seems off. Hmm. Okay, so we've got this got the walk. Let's see. I think there's a way to update. There we go. Update playback range. So we have this one. Maybe we can improve this by having multiple animation speeds. Nice, because right now we only have one animation speed, and we just swap around with switch up the speed of playback, which doesn't really look all that great, to be honest. So we're gonna have this one, and then that transitions into this one. Although the heads are a little bit different here. Hmm. 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 Okay. So the head is right around the middle. Okay, let's see if we can fix this. Yeah, that still works. Sure. All right. Whoop. Yeah, we should probably save this. Well, hello. I need to be able to see the last frame. Right. Yeah, okay, that works. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh. Okay. Time consumption is what scares me the most when it comes to pixel art. Using Blender to animate a character with outline. It's only time consuming if you don't know how to draw, and you will never learn how to draw if you don't draw. So I've tossed out I think maybe like 5 run cycles for this player. But that's only because every new one that I made was better than the last one. And I didn't make them one after another. I'd just make one and work with that. And I'll come back to it and maybe revisit it and figure, okay, well, I think I can do something better. And then I would do better. And it'd be like, okay, well, that was worth remaking it. So, you know, it's there's no point about thinking about time consumption if you have no skill to do something. Uh, why you don't join game jams? I used to, but sometimes I gotta give it some time before I can attempt to do a game jam. Game jams are really fun, and I think once I get some of these projects out of the way, I think I will participate in game jams quite a lot more because it is a great excuse to just make more games for the Retroactive Gamers website. Right? Because I gotta make games for our site anyways. Um, so game jams would make a great excuse to just spend some time on doing that. Huh. Well, hold on a second. Did we screw something up? I think we might have. Oh no, we might have. Hmm. Actually, no. No, we didn't. We're good. Yeah, we did. What the heck? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then we're supposed to have one more frame here. I think we lost it while creating empties. Okay, let's just redraw this. There we go. The past game jams I've participated in would usually get blown out of scope. I mean, shit, Dreadtail was supposed to have been a very short one. Now look at it. All right. I think this works. The funny thing is, the one thing that game jams are supposed to be good at is forcing you to try to not overscope. What's your age when you had your own computer? Oh, I don't remember, man. Do remember being excited though. Who knows? Maybe like if it's my own specific computer, maybe like 12 or 13. There we go. Got a bit of movement. And then we've got this one. Oh, come on. This thing can't set playback range unless there's frames in the selection. Okay. There we go. Get some inside out micro faces. Yeah, that ought to do it. I think last time when I had issues baking, normals were indeed the issues. There you go. Cool. How many different projects are you on? This is Artag Rise. This is a really old project, and I really want to finish it because it's we got years of retroactive gamers videos where we finished the video by saying, and check out Artag Rise on Steam. And like, okay, I gotta finish this game. Dreadtail is the one that has people helping me. Dimitar, Cole, and Antoine. And it's a precursor. It's like a exercise to figure out some mechanic for once I get into the Automicon project. A lot of the mechanics from there is basically a sandbox playground to figure out how to make things for Automicon. Sublunaris is just it's I don't know, I just needed something different and I wanted to experiment with Hotas. Flight sticks, flight controllers. And it kind of ended up also involving VR, and now it's like it's this monstrous amalgamation where the game attempts to do VR, desktop, and flight controller compatibility. So it has to switch between various things. And that is going to be very handy because figuring out how to do VR and desktop at the same time, like a game that doesn't have, let's say it's a desktop game, but it has VR shoehorned into it, or vice versa. It's a VR game that had led desktop as an afterthought. Instead, it's like a great exercise on figuring out how do I make objects, 3D game objects, in such a way where they're both VR and desktop FPS compatible. Because I kind of want Automicon to be dual desktop and VR at the same time, because I was really pissed how Fallout 4 VR was handled. It was an absolute dog shit excuse, and the reviews and ratings definitely show it. I was really excited for that, and it was a resounding disappointment. Like, I couldn't play it for the most part after I got out of the vault, and I just ended it there, and it's like, well, this sucks. So, yeah. And what else? Child of Ether is just a complete 180. It's a totally different type of experience. Yeah, just odd mini games here and there. I swear to God, I'm pretty sure I have some sort of a mental disorder. There's no way. This people ask the question, then they wonder what the hell's wrong with this guy. Or I tell myself that, I should say. Because I tell myself that it's because that's how I stave off burnout. Because, if you have a variety of interesting things to do, you're never going to get bored. Um, I still need a break here and there. Yeah, that's basically it. There's a whole lot of shelved projects that are on the back burner that I really, really want to get to. But yeah, that's what it takes. That's what it is. Yeah, a lot of my projects were projects I fully intended to finish in the past, but they ended up just being kind of prototypes. Um, you can you can either, let's say, just do experimentation, or you can enter a project fully thinking that, oh, you're gonna finish it, and kind of shelving it after. You still get to learn stuff along the way, and if it does actually get finished, then hey, you'll be further along than I am, because I've yet to finish any one of my projects. Okay, I feel like it works, but something juggling is happening with the legs. Okay, this should really be right here. That's what's happening with the legs. Is game dev your primary job? Teaching programming and teaching game dev is my primary job, which is very, very lucky because it coincides with the thing that I actually like doing. Yeah, because I do it from home, because I do it online. I don't have to do no transportation costs, no spending time on public transport. Kind of maximizes the time I can put towards game dev. One day, maybe one day, this stuff is gonna pay for itself. For now, I'm just here along for the ride. I have I have some tutorials, and I have a lot of my game dev projects that I've started and shelved. They're all pretty much documented. Anytime I work on them, do programming, animation, texturing, 3D modeling, it's all just recorded, and it goes onto my website, which is in the bottom right corner. You finished and released Song of a Spirit. That is true. That is true. I have one project that I finished and released. It was a game jam game, but I made it once in one engine, and then I completely remade it in Godot engine from scratch with added features. So yes, I... Good point. That is a game that I finished. I think I really need to redo Witch of Endor. That was kind of a fun little co-op game. See, that's the thing. I'm probably not gonna participate in any game jams until I rebuild some of the games that are meant for the Retroactive Gamers website, because some of those games have, some of those games were made in Game Maker Studio, and I don't wanna open that engine again just to fix stuff. So it's literally easier just to remake the whole game from scratch. Um, so yeah, stuff like that. Also, I think I desperately need to find a way to cut out social media from my life. I'm talking about like Facebook, YouTube Short, yeah, like YouTube Shorts, Facebook, Instagram Reels, because yeah, it's not doing a good number on my time and motivation. It's very difficult, surprisingly. Maybe just for me. Anytime I try, it just sucks me right back in. I need an intervention. Mm-hmm. Locked out of Facebook 5 years ago. You lucky bastard. Who knows? They designed it to be like that. Yeah, yeah, they sure did. What pisses me off the most is the fact that the algorithm highly optimizes the content that gets you riled up. Like I'll see a bunch of memes and it's like, okay, cool, dopamine hits right there. And then I'll see some nonsense like, pedos in kindergartens and I'm like, ugh, fuck. Here we go again. I'm not gonna sleep until 6 in the morning now. God damn. Trying to control your emotions. Yeah. Yeah, it's messed up. And you can be conscious about it, right? You're conscious about it. You know what it's doing. Okay, I think that works. So we've got two animations here. Oh, there's a double frame here. So we got this one, which is a slow one. We got this one, which is a fast one. They're starting to look kind of the same, though. Jeez. Okay. What do you study university? I didn't go to university. I went for concept art program in college, and then first year I started experimenting with programming because it was pretty much the only way I could realize my projects at that point, and that basically kind of took over. So I didn't even get to finish the first year of college. I just kind of like screw it. The 5 hours of transportation I had to do every day was not really worth it. Plus, I had to get a student loan, and it was $60,000, and I just took a look at it, and I'm like, nah, nah, I'll figure something else out. Which is why I'm lucky enough to be able to say that I'm student loan free. That debt is definitely not hunting me. Which, in hindsight, after all the shit that's happened, yeah, you know what? Pretty pretty good bullet dodge there. Jesus Christ, man. There we go. Went to university for accounting. In retrospect, it was a waste. Not even working in that field. Yeah, I mean, Pirate Software had a great quote. You get a job for sustenance, and you get a project for your soul, for the spirit. But yeah, you would have had to actually, pour in your time to do accounting, and you know, Tim does accounting. My buddy from Retroactive Gamers, and yeah, no, he's busy all the time. It's soul draining work. It pays, but it is. He has almost no time whatsoever. Like we can only meet maybe once every 2 or 3 months. Student that's is it's messed up. Um, I think just I have a feeling that just a lot of student debt is unnecessary, meaning that people pick programs. They get student debt for programs that never end up um, coming to fruition. They never end up getting the job. My brother, unfortunately, has an issue trying to find a job, and he's done marketing. He had the job that he landed right after college. It was pretty good sustainable job, and then COVID happened. He worked a little bit from home, and then they just kind of said, we're downsizing, shrinking, bye bye, and he hasn't been able to find the job in the same field since. It's brutal. Like I am, no kidding, I am actually considering just leaving Canada entirely. It's either maybe get a property here just to have some roots, vacant land, obviously, because hell no, I'm not paying these ludicrous prices for these homes. Vacant land, just so that I have something self built, and just see how it goes. See if this turns into more of a totalitarian government. Um, See how things are in Canada, but if not, fucking man, hell no. Pack my shit and then get the hell out of here. You have apprenticeship? Well, no, we moved here like 20 years ago. Where would you go? Come to America? That might be. There's so many of my neighbors had moved to Texas. Our relative or our family friend who invited us to Canada initially ended up moving to Texas like 7 years ago. Our next door neighbor moved to Texas. I think some of our acquaintances also moved to Texas. So if there's a place to go, I think Texas is the way. just because you know, I'm looking at getting a plot of land in Alberta because it's as close to Texas as you can get in Canada, just from the perspective of, you know, what they value and their rights. Um, you know, so that seems like a pretty nice place to be in. But yeah, if anything, honestly, I think maybe just going back to Europe might be nice. It's been it's been a long, long time. I'd like to see my grandma again. All my relatives are in Europe. Everyone's there. My dad's in Europe right now. He's doing some repairs on the countryside house. Yeah, weird stuff happens to a house if you don't live in it for extensive amount of time. It's like a house with no life and it starts decaying quite quickly. So, you know, roof have to be replaced and scaffolding and all that stuff. The porch has to be remade. Um, all of my relatives are in Europe. So, fuck, man. Like, what do I care? Where I sit at home all day doing programming, game dev, and drawing. God, everything I do is pretty much just I'm a home hermit. So it doesn't really matter where I am. So you know what? If the off-grid stuff doesn't work out, I'll just keep the property. Um, property tax is like 100 something bucks a year. If it's a, you know, plot of land with no permitted structures on it. Hey, Steven. Are you living alone? No, I'm live with my brother and my parents. We're all huddled up together. America has its problems. Yeah, no shit. Jeez. Oh man. The homelessness thing in Canada, but even more like the drug problem in America. When you walk down the street and it's just tense and basically zombie land. Kind of freaky, you know? Big deterrent. We should move all that to California. Are you from there originally? Yes, I'm from Belarus. Okay. And you know, of course, shenanigans are happening at the border too. So, move to California. Hell no. Why would I want to subject myself to the brain rot? Hell no. Okay, so this is looking good. Can we get maybe... I guess we need to get the ear in place. Mm-hmm. If California just happened to slide out the continent to Pacific, I'd be happy. Oh god. They should do what Quebec is trying to do, just trying to annex themselves. It's a good riddance. Just build a border wall. That's what we need. We don't need border wall with Mexico. We need border wall with California. Trump's got completely incorrect direction with that. What do you got with Mexico? You got hard workers, people looking to get, get paid for hard labor. Get those people in the country. What do Californians want? Sit around, do nothing, get paid from other people's earnings. God, these head proportions are a little out of the way. Move to Quebec. Let's create a better country. I have actually been spotting some fairly reasonably priced plots of land in Quebec. The only problem is that there's the further you go up north or in the rural areas, the less English you encounter, from what I've been told. So yeah, that would be something I'd have to do. Okay, this head is like growing. It's one giant nose. Okay. I don't think trying to rotate the face in here is going to be very noticeable. The animation's really fast. Okay. Learn French, I'm going to be able to fully express myself with you. Oh god. The barrage of swear words coming my way. Are you using tablet for the art? Yes, tablet. There's no way in heck I'd be using a mouse for this. Oh god, I'd still be on like frame 2. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna have to convert some of these frames to, there we go, to hair. Mm-hmm. If anybody is sitting in the chat who hasn't done so yet, pop on over to the Retroactive Gamers YouTube channel. Drop a sub there. I think that channel needs more support than this one. If you want. If you got the time. Ooh, okay, this this is some very interesting displacements. Hmm. YouTube censor. Oh boy. Do you have any brothers that are game dev also? Man, I wish. I freaking wish. I have a brother who is adamantly hell-bent on never learning any sort of programming. Not JavaScript, HTML, CSS, no game dev, no nothing. He doesn't want to do anything with programming. I have tried and tried and tried again. I think it would have been the just the most awesome thing ever if we could both do game dev. Because that would be such a freaking cool thing to talk about. But no, this asshat does. All this asshat does is just play games all day. He doesn't want to do it. He's got nothing. He's got no marketable skills. He doesn't want to do anything. Okay, I think maybe when I was born, I kind of ate up all the genes that have the creative genes in them, and then whatever was left, which is timid demeanor, and then God, man, I think that would be freaking awesome. I would love to be able to to do game dev with my brother. And then it's like, hey, that's yet another thing to talk about. Man, trying to get him to help me has no desire. Yeah, well, I mean, it's not even about like helping. Like he can work on his own project, but he just doesn't want to do anything that I do. Man. Okay. Younger brother, yes. At least he can game test. Yeah. I think that's as close as we're gonna get with it. Mm-hmm. Garden of Banban is made by two brothers. Hmm. Which one of them didn't know what retopology is? Okay. Now this is really gonna be viewed from quite far away. Hmm. Are you gonna do something else today or just art? Well, I want to finish at least this. Get the animation up and running. Maybe implement it. Okay. That's fine. That's good. Go take a shower, come back, complete the stream. Sounds good, man. Oh yeah, it's starting to get kind of hot. Okay, so let's try filling this. What do we do? We do nice neon green here. Ugh. Yes. Oof. Don't grow. Mm-hmm. Forest fires are coming. Oh yeah, that's lovely. Are you close to Calgary? No, not yet. I'm in Ontario, man. That's as far away from Calgary as one can get in Canada. Ooh, come on now. Equipment audit for employer sales. Pen testing? What does an equipment audit include? Nothing as fun as that. Okay, so just like making sure that the software is updated, you know, all the important OS patches are installed. Okay. Okay. Get the consultant's VDIs. What's a VDI? Virtual device ID? Just guessing. Virtual desktop infrastructure. Uh-huh. Got it. Sounds like we got some drama cooking up over at Calgary. So, fellas, are you leaving your key fobs next to the door? We need to start a new business. The business is gonna be, we take dog turds. We take fresh dog turds, and then we press them into key fob negatives, molds. We let them cure, and we leave those by the front doors. And then if you want, you can order one of those and place it by the front door. So whoever's gonna come in to pick your car and get the key fob, get a big handful of dog shit. We'll be right there along the lines with those businesses that ship elephant dung to your nemesis enemies. It'll be perfect. What's that all about? Oh, Canadian shenanigans. If your car's being hijacked by whoever, illegal immigrants, um, instead of to avoid confrontation, you should leave your key fob by the front door, so that they can easily take your car. It's been an issue in the neighborhood. Hmm. Key fob too close to your car. Yeah, I mean, people should probably get some, you know, Faraday boxes. Protect your key fob radio signal. 4-foot antenna trying to boost signal. Get to our cars. Damn, dude. Should have the car with a kill switch, where if it drives off the parkway, a little switch disconnects. Maybe it's like string wire to the door, and it disconnects the spark plug. Good luck. You know what we should do? Actually, you should do that, but you should get a Cybertruck. Because guess what? If Cybertruck's power goes out, apparently you can't open doors. I think there's a safety switch on the inside. Nothing stops you from bolting that thing down though. Can you imagine being in Cybertruck and then that thing powers off and you can't open the door? Be like, I don't know what happened. That's how it was engineered. All questions to Elon, please. We need to find totally legitimate ways of protecting our stuff. Like it's not illegal to keep a beehive in your car, I don't think. Can you imagine that? Somebody drives off with your car, accidentally, not accidentally, but it trips a switch and the beehive just opens up. Maybe rattles the thing a little bit. Say hello to my little friends, all 300 of them. Oh man, there's so many creative ways to do this. You don't want evil minds thinking about this stuff. That would make for a great YouTube video. Trunk monkey commercial. Oh god. It's the reminds me of the comedy skit. Who is the comedian? The midget comedian. God, I don't remember his name. He's constantly being confused with Wee Man. But he has a brilliant skit where, hold on, let me see this. Brad Williams. Brad Williams has a brilliant skit of when him and his, I think, mother were driving in the car and they get into an accident, and then this dude jumps out of the car, and then it completely sidelines the dude who ended up ramming into them. It's a battle midget. Go. Take care of this problem. Okay, that front hairpiece is just out of the way. That doesn't make a lot of sense. Brad Williams. Yes, that's the one. Okay. Man, between Brad Williams, Cat Williams, and Robin Williams, you got all the comedy you'd ever need. Back from the shower. Sounds good. Oh, it stinks. Nice and good. Oh, God. Okay. That is kind of hard to read from the back. Consultants going to foreign countries with either client assets or our assets, deciding to keep them. What the heck? That's messed up. The animation's amazing. Thanks. I think there is, however, a problem. The face is very jittery. Not a fan of that. Ooh, those eyes are all over the place. Not that I'm looking at this. That works. You wish you could do half this. I wish this was half as good as whoever's better than me. It's a never-ending cycle. Okay, I think also maybe the ear is just jumping a bit too much. How long did you take to learn Gamedev? Um, it's a never-ending process. You never really truly done learning Gamedev, because right now what I'm learning is human sculpting, for the purpose of doing like rigging character animations. Like my current aspiration is to get to the point where I can make a superhero game like the Batman Arkham Knight level of quality that has a lot of like in-game cinematics, very intricate camera shots, which has a lot of up-close shots with the player, the characters, so facial animations, character animations, all that stuff is tricky stuff. So that's what I'm trying to learn to prepare myself for that. That'll be really cool. So yeah, it's really never-ending process, but at least I started from 2011, 2012. Okay, let's set this now. There's an opening in here. I can't find it. Where's the... Oh. God damn it. Come on. Where's the hole? There's no hole. Why are you bleeding outside? Oh, it's going through the face. I got it. All right. So, do you guys have any projects you're currently aspiring to? Any projects you're looking to finish? Life's too short to dawdle. You better go get some trouble. I'm studying science while listening to me. Oh boy, I guess this stream would be a perfect option for that because I don't talk that much. It's almost like I'm not even there. This is a giant hand. Nice. I'm actually feeling like maybe for the hands we should do the skin tone as well. There we go. Came to Godot after Unity. Welcome. Welcome to City Godot. Just got the first enemy in Godot and super motivated. Yeah, dude. It's surprisingly simple. Like the amount of prototyping you can actually do without even so much as touching extensive code is absolutely a treat. Like takes 20 something lines of code just to set up basic game with the camera in GameMaker Studio. Open source is clutch. Is it though? When you look at the Godot Engine's updates, they post a blog every time they push a new update, and you will see like dozens and dozens of people committing to it. Like that's the only way they are able to make such monumental changes and additions on each major revision basis. It's just the sheer amount of people who are actually putting their effort and time into it. Man, with GameMaker, you're lucky to get an update maybe twice a year, and I'm talking about like major feature update. Not having to worry about the rug being pulled from under you. Yeah, dude, that was a messed up move. And I guess when you're a private company, you gotta answer to investors. Because I think, aren't you like legally obligated to increase the earnings of your not privately owned but publicly owned company? Aren't you like required to always increase earnings, and if you don't, it's considered like an illegal disservice to your stockholders, shareholders, and then they kind of have to like pull random crap like this. Required to increase shareholder earnings when possible. Yeah. So this is messed up. Kudos to Valve for never going public. I think it's the only reason they've been able to maintain their status and their stature, not having to cave to anybody. To be honest, that alone kind of makes me wonder: is there even any point in going public? Like I know what the benefits are, but still, that's a huge responsibility. When things are going great, things are going great. Okay. Um, do you make free demos of the game? So here's the plan with this project. There's a single quest that we recorded all the voiceovers for, that we're making levels now for. The single quest is going to be replacing the current version that is right now on the paid side, and it's also going to be set up as a free demo. So when you play the demo, you can buy the game. When you buy the game, you get all the same content that the demo has, but you also get whatever there is to come in the future. So that's the general plan. So I think once I have this set up in a more self-sustained playable state, then yeah, we'll just turn that into a demo and also replace the current version of the game with this one. Because the current version is kind of ass. You can really feel the learning curve in that one. Hmm. 4.3 has over 798 commits. Damn! That's a lot. By the way, Arong, since the update for, I think I might have asked this already, the fog, far, and close distance change, the option to bring it back, is that in 4.3? Because I didn't find it when I updated to 4.22. It's 4.3. Damn it. Okay, got it. So we'll just wait. Also, I discovered a way to improve the fog and lighting when you're in the safe room in Dreadtail, and it has to do with uh, changing up the color of the directional light source so that the fog takes the directional light source and colors it in that color. Because I've been struggling with trying to get the look to be just right. Okay, so that's looking good. Let's borrow this. Ah, come on. Sure. I think we got some inconsistencies with proportions here from frame to frame. That's better. Okay, well that looks like I got a ball sack for a chin. Let's not do that. Here's a ball chinian. Come on now. What good movies have you guys watched that you can recommend as of late? Somebody had asked me this question, and I legit could not remember anything decent that came out recently. Did you see Oppenheimer? I have not. I have heard good things. It'll be a floating eye. Did you hear about the game called The Feathered Serpent? I have not. Still a good movie. I liked the what's what calls it? What is it? Fat Man and Little Boy? That was an interesting movie. Okay. Let's go over here, grab this color, and start filling it in. See, this is kind of what happens when you've got, whoops, when you have a character being animated without a character design sheet that outlines all the proportions and dimensions. It's kind of all over the place. All-time favorite still Interstellar. Yeah, that was a nice one. Alright. This works. There's a movie called Mine It. Or Mine. It is a bit old, 2016. Oh, that's fine. Find it hard to enjoy modern movies. Yeah, man. I'm starting to delve more into like 80s movies. Um, some really interesting stuff. Because I feel brain cells literally committing suicide watching some modern stuff. Like my buddy and I hung out this weekend. We ended up watching some movies in the evening, and we watched two movies. We watched The Visit, and we watched The Thing. And my God, it is like night and day between just the quality of creative execution. I was kind of surprised that my buddy never watched The Thing. He was expecting some sort of like a cliche-filled 80s flick. Um, and yeah, it was a nice trip down the memory lane. God, that movie's amazing. Okay. I love The Thing. Yeah, man. The Thing is absolutely pure art. No argument there. The pacing's fantastic. The practical effects. Oh, man. Did you guys know there's actually a game called The Thing as well, based on the movie, takes place after. It's a PS or Xbox original Xbox game, or yeah, Xbox first one. Okay, this works. Now, what happens if I make the tips of the hands be like this? Are they going to be more legible? They actually might. Hey, that works. Europe has good movies. Yeah, man. Absolutely. There was this one really interesting film. I forget what it's called. Death of a Nation. I think that's the movie. It's um it's a really fascinating film that follows how a German family of aristocrats slowly turns on one another right at the start of the First World War, I believe. Because the movie starts with the whole family being together on good terms, and it ends with them effectively annihilating each other. Death of a nation or death of an empire. Okay, there we go. Okay, I think this will do. And then we gotta do something about this animation, I think. Add the hands. Yeah, that helps. You're living alone? Nope, living with my brother and my parents. We collectively took a look at the real estate state and we're like, nope, nope, that's not that's not a wise decision. Inception is more difficult to understand. Uh, Inception. What's the other DiCaprio movie? Um, Shutter Island. That was a nice one. Titanic. Oh yes. Okay, so we have a slow run, and then we have the fast run. Hmm. Okay, this is a bit of a problem. There's actually 2 frames where the back leg is in the same exact pose. That might work. Mm-hmm. Oh, come on. Okay, so there's probably a bunch of cleanup that still needs to be done here. But I'd say this is a pretty good start. When you have a sec, take a look at the Dreadtail server. Yes. Sounds good. Okay, so now this has the 2 walk cycles, the walk and the run. We also need a sliding on the wall frame. And I think everything here just needs to face this same direction. Let's see here. I'm going to do a little bit of a preemptive crop. Okay. So if I do this, I'm going to have to do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, so we got... Ah, damn it, it still cut it off. Alright, fine. Never mind. I guess we'll work with this. Whew, okay. Yes, this is the new animation, new player animations for the Artag Rise project. Oh, okay. Give me 1 sec. Give me maybe like 5-10 minutes because it's already been like 2 hours. So just gonna do a quick break. Okay, be right back. All right, and we're back. Whew. Cool. Okay, so what do we gotta do here? We gotta get we have a walking or fast walk, and we have this animation here which is refusing to play all of a sudden. There we go. Okay, what else do we need? I think what we need uh wall slide. We need wall slide. Okay, this is going to be an empty frame. Then pop, 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 pop. This is an empty frame. Okay, wall slide. I think for simplicity's sake, it's just single frame. Okay, so we're just going to do something like this. Oof. Okay, let's make sure the transforms are made the nearest neighbor, but it's going to decimate. Yeah, it's going to decimate the drawing anyways. Okay, now I feel like this should be facing the same way it was facing before. which is this way. Maybe. We'll have to double check that. Once we put it in, flipping it is fairly straightforward. Okay, so that's the slide. And what else? I think one more pose that I wasn't really accounting for, but recently, through a bit of a test, turned out to be pretty cool, is a slide pose where the character tries to stop themselves. There we go. So if we got up to speed, and we need to stop ourselves, we can have it slide along the way in this direction. Man, you know what's funny? Um, in 2016 or 18, I was working on a little pixel art project called Birth of Reapers, and it was kind of like a dungeon co-op hack and slash type of game, and I wanted to have a nice metal soundtrack playing, written for the game. So while I was working on the game, I put on some metal music on, I think, with like Spotify or radio. And Still to this day, I keep getting notifications from Google and YouTube. This video cannot be monetized due to copyright content. All I was doing in those streams is just drawing and listening to metal music. Still to this day, once in a while. My God, man, this is part of the reason why I don't have music in these live streams. This head is way too big. We're sort of cool with the don't be evil days. Yeah, yeah. I caught a little snippet of Jordan Peterson's interview, um, and it was an interesting point where so many people who try to deliver their social justice are claiming that they would never be Nazis. They would never side with Nazis. They would never do what Nazis did. If they lived back then, they would not be the same. And then at the same time, if you observe what people were doing during the pandemic, ratting each other out for not wearing masks or um, not having booster shots or whatever the hell it is, yeah, just the sheer joy of having to report your neighbor and having a leg up on your neighbor in that front, yeah, kind of screams otherwise. It's a very interesting observation. Stealing truckers' money, yeah. You know, Canada's all about free protest until it goes, you know, against liberal wishes. Cool. Like maybe we need to stretch this out a little bit further. Mm-hmm. Oh, jeez. That hunger. All right, that works. I think Zoltan might have skedaddled, right? When I went on a break, he might have thought I was ending the stream. Or otherwise, it might actually be just late. Okay, this works. I think. Oh, what else do we need? Jump. Working on that evil eye. Ooh, easy. Looks like the character is doing a little bit of a Yahoo! You hear that? That's the sound of a new DMCA letter being issued. Can you imagine? Nintendo filed a sound. What is it? Whatever their algorithm that YouTube uses for sound detection. Anytime there's a sound that mimics Yahoo, it's just immediately Nintendo gets notified. Because there's been issues in the past where people had done covers of songs. They would sing the songs, and it would play the guitar all by themselves, and they would get a copyright strike, even though it's a cover or parody. It's a me. Seriously, Nintendo can go to hell though. Their recent shenanigans with the Gmod developer telling them to strip any Nintendo 3D models from the workshop. Man. Japs don't give a shit about copyright laws. Or fair use, I should say. Okay, that might actually work. Head's still a little large. I think if I move around some things instead of shrinking it, I might be able to make it work. Also, this selection tool is definitely, yep, anti-alias. There we go. There we go. We can work with this. It's a me, idiota. It's a me, stronzo. You know, to my absolute delight, I recently found out that the Steam Deck can run Assassin's Creed up to... So far, Brotherhood runs okay. Hopefully, maybe we can handle it up until Black Flag. That would be awesome. Okay. I'd say this works. Now, let's see about getting this into the game. So, 0 to 5. This would be PNG image. Disposable ink. Oh god. Okay. Artec Rise. Engine. Sprites. Player. Player. No player? Okay. So, got Milo. And Milo walk. No export video. There we go. Okay, next, we get the run. Okay, next, I guess we could just export single frame. So if we're exporting engine sprites player, okay. Slide. Okay. Break. or jump. Nice. All right. Now, previously, our player was two separate components. We had the body and we have the head. Body and head. This time around, I think there's no head. It's basically just the body. Okay. I guess we're gonna start by doing a set of animations. Storage room made a small storage container, a small maze. Yes, I saw the screenshot. Looks interesting. It's definitely going to be a change of pace of just hallways. Nice going. Player Milo. Okay, so we got Milo. Walk. Nice. Okay. Oh, it's colored green. That's right. Because of the color coding. Okay. This is Milo run. Milo jump. So now that the jump is a separate animation, we can actually do some like multiple frames, maybe limbs kind of wiggling a little bit. Break. And then slide. Okay. So this slide is on this side. I'm going to have to flip that in code. Okay. Cool. Now then. Anytime we do play. Oh, idle. Right, we don't have an idle frame. That's kind of important. Also, I think using gray for an outline might have been a little bit too limiting. Okay. You are back. Back again. Why'd you call the game RTAG Rise? RTAG is Retroactive Gamers. The game is basically our YouTube gaming channel brand game, which is why the characters are us, Tim and Milo. We play as ourselves. And Rise is just, Rise is constantly going up. Also, rise to popularity. As in, subscribe to our channel. It's corny as shit, but you know, it is what it is. What's your real name? Milo. There we go. Oh, that ear is way too high. The game's name is creative. I suppose. It's I find it kind of funny a little bit because the game is called Artag Rise. Its purpose is to promote our channel, and this project has been going on for the past 6 somewhat years, and we have yet to break 1,000 subscriber mark. We're still rising, baby. We're working on it. Eventually, we'll get there. Oh no! He tell lies. Get that motherfucker. Okay, we got it. Slow and steady wins the race. Yeah. I'd love to meet some milestones, though. The problem is that gaming content is just oversaturated. So, you know, it's... The whole thing started, it's like, hey, wouldn't it be kind of fun if we start our own channel? I'm honestly surprised that we managed to keep it up for this long. We're really for the long game. We started in 2012. Okay. It's part of the reason why I'm trying to do mini games Sundays, more or less, if I have the time to work on some mini games for the website, so that come in for the games, stay for the content type of deal. Okay, I think that'll do as an idle frame for the time being. Okay, and we also haven't done any shading. We're gonna leave that for later. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna make a variable called char name. This is where we choose character name. Now, for now, we're gonna do both the same. Okay. And then whenever we do, oh, my character, we already have one. Nice. And what we're gonna do here is we're going to do this. We're gonna have it use my character plus the name of the animation to play back. Okay, what the heck is a... Oh, slide is the wall slide. Got it. I'm hoping this is gonna look at least better than what I already had. Okay, this is sprint. That's sound effects. Hurt. Hurt. Hurt? The heck is hurt? Oh, hurt is like, it's this. Sure, we'll just play hurt for now. Although I don't think I've ever seen that animation actually appear. Player body, new data 1. What is this? New data. Oh, that's pre-recorded. Got it. It's for recording the animation. Never mind that. And that's it. Basically. Okay, let's go to maybe a sandbox. Let's plug down something real quick. Huh. 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 Didn't even notice how I made that. Huh. Okay, player start. Let's bring me that. Oh. Where is it? There it is. Come on. I want the tool. Thank you. Now, the controller. You have 2 emerald for me, sir. Good. I give you a wood shovel. Okay, we are green. Also, we are erroring out. What do we have here? Okay, there's no animation. Tim idle. Ah, right. So, somewhere out there, there's already a piece of code that is overriding this stuff. Oh, right here. Okay, we're gonna overwrite this. Okay. Beautiful. I love it. Oh, my controller is not even connected. Go in. Ah, come on. It's one of those new features that breaks everything that was done before. Oh. Hey, okay. Okay, so the slide is definitely inverted. And also, we don't need the color change. I think I might have to look into how to get the shader, how to replace a color using shader. That would be useful. Now, let's see here. Slide. So, this has to be false. Oh, this has to be false, and this doesn't need to exist anymore because the head is no longer separate from the body. And also color. Modulate. There we go. We don't need to set the color of the suit. How many scripts do you have in this game? Several dozen, I'm pretty sure. Quite a bit. Okay. Okay, that's actually looking a little bit better. I definitely need to switch the walk, because I think right now it's doing... Oh, the idle is not playing. Huh. Do you have multiple monitors? I do. I have one monitor just above this. Okay, that is a huge improvement, visually speaking. think I might have to work on the color palette a little bit. Okay, now, what's up with the idle? If we're on the floor, Udulfre, what the heck is this? Idle, I think that's supposed to have been idle threshold. I like the scrambling. Scrambling? Do you love more with 2D and 3D games? No preference. There are certain types of... I like working on projects. Doesn't matter if it's a 3D or 2D. I like making stories. Okay. Now, we never seem to reach this, or... we do reach this, but it maybe overwrites itself. Let's see. I think we might also have to slow down the speed. Okay. So that... yeah, no, there is at least one idle, but maybe we loaded the wrong frame. I think it might have. Let's see. Player... Milo idle. Oh, yeah, it's like missing. That's right. Might be a good idea for us to actually load it. Now, of course, the downside of this system is that we're now going to have to make another set of animations for Tim's character. Or any...
Oh, God, my God.
Shut up. Yeah, for Tim's character or any other playable character who's going to be in the game. But you know what? It's not a big deal. Scramble to take off with haste. Got it. Okay, there we go. Okay, but... I kind of want to maybe swap out some of the motion. That's more of a walk. But we don't have a distinction between walk and run. We have a sprint, run. Where is it? Character run. What's happening with footstep sound? It's just very rapid. It's also very distinct because, you know, when there's sound effects and music playing, a subtle footstep gets lost among all the other stuff. How will you market your game? Trailer. Periodically just pushing some presentable videos and screenshots. And yeah, for the most part, we'll see how it goes. I heard on just one side. Okay, we're gonna have to take a look at that. Oh, it might be because the footsteps are trying to check which animation is being played, and it might not account for the fact that we now have the word name of the character in front of the animation. Okay, well, let's see here. If we're on the floor and the absolute value of movement on the horizontal axis is above the idle threshold, which, by the way, is called Oodle. Let's just do this. Idle threshold. You should make posts, short videos on many social media websites. Yes, I'm well aware of the procedure. It's a well-known, repeated repeated note and thing advice that is always populated everywhere. Um, so yes, well aware. Okay, here's what I want to try. What if we try to slow down the character movement? And I kind of want to add a dash mechanic so that you could start slowly or you could start quickly. Huh. Marketing the game is more important than the game itself. Yeah, a part of me kind of thinks if you have a good quality game, eventually it will be found. It may be a hidden gem if it's a quality game. I think every game developer thinks their game is the hidden gem. Um, but yeah, I feel like if you deliver quality, the game is just gonna promote itself just from the people who play your game. You know, if you made a game and it's not worth talking to your friends about, which to be honest, for the most part, there's a lot of games that are not really well written or they don't have any story. It's mostly just arcade stuff, or they're viral games. Um, viral games are viral games because, well, you know, it's got uh, it's got fun factor cranked up to 11. Like what is it? What's Lethal Company, Phasmophobia? Like those games started fairly small, but they did deliver something that's unique, something that's that something of value. And I don't think those games really push themselves too much. So yeah, you could be pushing for marketing, but in my case, I think if the game has quality to it, it will be talked about. The few people who will play the game and like it, they will do the pushing for you. They're the core audience, the core followers. Okay, where do we have our movement? Movement X. The bad thing about Phasmophobia is an asset flip. It may be, but it still has gameplay that was interesting to participate in. So, so what that it uses assets? You just let the developers focus on the gameplay. I think the wasn't one of the houses found in another game. Or I think the players that like your game will promote it. Nobody has friends anymore. Um, well, maybe. We'll see. To be honest, we'll see. I'm not stressing about it. Where is oh where is our movement? Honestly, I would argue that people now have more friends than they have had before the internet time. But it's a different kind of friendship. Because in certain cases, you can find somebody whom you have never met personally who, would give you some advice, who would listen to you and talk to you and, send you good vibes. It's definitely good to have in-person communication friends, right? Somebody you can hang out physically local. But I, you know, I think the fact that people have more access to strangers allows them to make more friends. It really depends on what kind of games. I think more people have made friendships through WoW games than they have through Call of Duty. You know, because it's like a random lobby, right? Although, who knows? Maybe I'm just talking out of my ass. But yeah. Okay, this is where we're clamping it. And then we're clamping it between move speed and sprint speed, walk speed. So this is where we're modifying the movement speed. Sprint speed. So move speed is what we're actually looking for. Okay. And there we go. Oh, no, that's not it. Move speed. No, actually it's... No, we're still working with movement X. There we go. I think this is it. So it's either joystick. Aha, so we have acceleration here. Movement X, we're adding to it. We're adding to it the value from the joystick. Otherwise, we're adding to it the left and right motion. Huh. Okay. A few bad reviews could kill your game. Here's the thing. In the mass spectrum, immediately. Maybe. It'll cause you it'll cause you like immediate sales. But again, who gives a shit? Obviously, if you got a large team and you gotta make sure everybody gets paid, then yeah, you're gonna be on your knees and sucking some dick. Which is hence why I don't want to work with too many publishers. I don't want to get into debt. I don't want to do any of that nonsense because I don't want to be dependable or depended on. I don't want. Fuck, I can't even speak right now. I don't want to be cornered. So, you know what? If a bad review comes, but it's still a good product, then, it'll climb out of it. It's just a matter of keeping it exposed in the gamer's eye. If you got some interesting levels, post interesting levels. If you got some little tidbits of promotional material, okay, like 20, 30, 50 bucks, $100 into an ad. As long as it's worth showing and it's a really impressive piece of promotional material, it still get the job done. I mean, if your game gets bad reviews because it's a bad game, shit, it's not a whole lot you can do. Let's be honest. If you made a shit game, it's gonna get bad reviews. If you made a good game and it got bad reviews for whatever reason, then it's it starts with a big slide of negative reviews, and then slowly over time, once you start reaching your core audience, it tapers off. And that's really what you want to do. Unless you're trying to pander to the widest audience, then that's a different ball game. Okay, so let's figure out this whole movement thing. Marketing experts trying to sell fake reviews. Yeah, well, that's everywhere. You got marketing experts selling views and upvotes on YouTube and Twitch, right? We got social media selling likes and all that jazz. It's all there. I am trying to implement the transition between the walk and the run. Because right now the character just goes straight into the run. And, well, I'm kind of half tempted to just comment out this whole code block and just do it again. Let's see. So as long as it's past the 0.2 dead zone, the joystick is past the 0.2 in either direction, we're going to keep adding to movement X the joystick value times acceleration. I think this is where we need to add delta. And delta is not available here. Unless, hold on, this is called from physics process, so we can pass along delta into it. There we go. Okay, now we're going to multiply this by delta. I'm just hoping this isn't going to make a whole bunch of levels unplayable. What do we have here? Movement. Interesting. So here, we are using acceleration. Oh, no, we're using acceleration here. Perfect. Which means we should probably multiply by delta right here. Cool. Can you put the link? Oh. Leave bad reviews to make you buy their marketing packages. Man, so sure, yes. Oh god. We're getting there. Oh, okay. God. Okay, we need to increase acceleration now. That's fine. The delta is necessary. I have to make sure the delta is there. What's acceleration? It's 30. Okay, let's do like 120. Oh, hush. Not as surprised he was in youth. Okay. Ooh. Okay. Oh god, we can never get out. Oh, never mind. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we definitely need to get the acceleration up. So let's do 250. I guess 350. Let's see what that looks like. And I also think that clamping should only be done as long as we're staying on the ground. God. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay, cool. We need more. 500? Can you put the link to the keyboard in the chat? It doesn't even have a brand name on it, man. It's a hold on. Perixix wired illuminated keyboard. Periboard 317. It's as Chinese shit as it comes, man. Okay. Man, that's a really slow acceleration. Also, I think when we change directions, we need to be able to change directions a little bit quicker. Okay, let's go 800. Let's see here. Okay, we are stopping astonishingly quickly. Okay, yeah, changing directions it's kind of stiff. Let's see here. Oh, you know what? I think it's the clamping code. Oh god. If it is the clamping code, we're about to fly off the screen. Oh. Okay. Right. Come on. Oh, it's not. Oh. God. Oh no. Easy now. Jeez. Gotta go fast. Okay. Hmm. Well, we definitely need this. Move speed. This is for clamping. We have walk speed and we have sprint speed. Yeah. Walk speed is 350, which is fine. How many gigabytes of RAM? This one has 24, which is the maximum this particular motherboard is able to carry. If I could do more, I'd definitely do more. Okay, let's try this. Let's say if the absolute value is less than, let's say, what is it? The maximum sprint speed is 1000. Let's say if it's less than 500, then we can do walk. Else, we're gonna do run. 24 gigs is pretty enough. Not unless you're doing video editing. Or, say, mocap in Blender. Then that's not exactly great. Okay, I think I also need to slow down the... Hey, nice. Okay. Yeah, let's slow down the footsteps a little bit. Where do we do that? Speed scale divided by 200. I think this would have to be different if we are running or sprinting. Hmm. Okay. Let's do this. So we're gonna multiply this by 0.5 if we're running, which would be done here. I'm just gonna do this. So if we reach that speed, then we're technically running. So if walk type is running, else if it's walking, then just regular speed is fine. Okay. Yeah. The lighting blowing out the sprite is not good. Oof. Okay. Not being able to do this is a bit of a problem. Hey. Maybe not half. Maybe 70%. Are you living alone? That's like the third time you've asked me that question, man. Are you just checking if I'm going to give a different answer every time? Am I going to get a call from an Indian man named Steve Smith, and suddenly he's going to know everything about me? Oof. Okay, so not being able to slow down is interesting. But we have a slide animation. Let's see, so we need to know which direction we're trying to move and which direction we are actually moving. So we have intended direction. There we go. Intended direction X. Okay. So let's go down here. If we're walking, we do character walk. Let's do if if the direction, so I think we can do sign, is the same as movement X, then we're moving in the same direction that we're pressing the joystick button. Else, if that's not the case, then we need to break. Huh. Sing. There we go. Beautiful. Although we should probably do this on the run. Maybe. Actually, I think that should do it. Actually, hold on. No. We shouldn't be doing this here. We should be doing this right here, because this is pertaining to the run. And this could just be walk. Maybe we'll have a different breaking for the walk. Okay, can we run the right scene, please? Yes, nice. So this would be like a slide. Okay, now it doesn't work when we reach close, like a slow enough speed. Maybe we can do another one that has the same sort of pose, but the character is looking in the direction they're about to go. Let's see. So let's try duplicating this. Or actually, nah. Let's just redraw it. That's fine. So if we do get an animation for this pose, probably wavy hair type deal. I'm planning on doing a video playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn because I tried playing it by myself, just offline for the sake of enjoying it, and man, what an amazing premise! But my God, I'd say about 60% of the time when a character opens their mouth, I just want to shoot myself. There's so much to comment on. So I figured, you know what? Like the moment I reached this scene when Aloy has been appointed a seeker after the whole crisis, and then the dialogue goes like this: in light of the recent events, we are going to appoint you a seeker. Who's a seeker? Or what's a seeker? You are. Oh my God! Who wrote this? Like dying of absolute cringeology. I literally put down the controller because the whip, like I hurt my head with the whiplash that I gave myself when that line came up, and at that point I knew I'm gonna have to record this shit because my God, who wrote it? Ugh, just drives me nuts. I mean, I'm no better at writing dialogue, but shit, I could recognize a shitty one. If there's anything, I could probably just learn from it. Award-winning writing. And the funny thing is, if you were to go to Google and then type in Horizon Zero Dawn writing, is it just me or does the series have exceptionally, what is it, good? I can't fucking read. Hold on. Needs, yeah, there we go. Horizon Zero Dawn needs some better writers. Zero Dawn wins Writers Guild Award. Oh yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Aspect in the overall writing. Great writing, storytelling. Yeah, that's not what I saw the first time when I looked at it. Okay, hold on. Why is BS writing so terrible? Yes, I'm not the only one who thought it was. Oh God, who hates Zero Dawn? Well, yeah, whatever. Um, disappointed. Needs better writers. God, man. Like seriously, the amount of whiplash I gave myself every time one of those just completely retarded dialogue pieces comes on. Like you'd go into a cave, there's a long cave in front of you, there's a bright light at the end of the cave. You know what to do as a gamer. There's nothing else you can do. You know exactly what you need to do. There's no other exit. It's just a bright light. And the main character goes, "There's a bright light at the end of the tunnel. I wonder what's in there." You walk into a room. There's a big light, a cave opening, shining down onto a dead body. The dead body is the focal point. There's a user interface icon on top of their head, clearly telling you, here, take a look at this thing. The main character goes, "What is that on their head? I need to take a look." God. Just kill me. My God. Like, it's just wild how far the extremes of the spectrum are. Fantastic story. Fantastic premise. Love it. The whole tribal features, tribal theme, absolutely love it. Great approach. But some of the dialogues. Ugh. So yeah, I think that's gonna be a nice nice little exploration. We haven't done a video on bad writing in a while. Last one was what? Resident Evil is bad writing? Ooh. Man, my my PC computer fan is legit sounding like the United States nuclear alarm notification that you get on the television. It actually sounds like that. I need to swap out the cooling fan on this thing. Okay, that should be good. Cool. So this is player break slow. Oh, not player, Milo. Okay, this may or may not work. So we're gonna copy this, paste it in here. So this is walk and then break slow. Okay. We still need to figure out why we can't switch directions quickly. Okay. Oh, right. We copy pasted the speed, didn't we? No, we didn't. I guess we're just always stuck here. So if it's above the idle threshold, so it's not idle, but it's less than 500, it's going to be doing this. Let me double check that real quick. Seems like it's switching. It's very brief. Walk, run. This has to do with the speed being different from the direction. Oh, you know what? It's because... No. If it's larger than 500, it would just go straight for the else statement. which is what we see. It goes for the brake. So maybe this speed is too slow. Wait a minute. Oh, what the heck? We didn't do the brake slow. No wonder it doesn't work. Oh yeah, the 388 errors should tip me off. Okay, let's try that again. Oh. Running the wrong scene there. Okay. Okay. How? What? Why is there red stuff in the background? I feel like it should get either lower or higher. I'm just trying to observe it. Well, I gotta say, it definitely looks a bit more satisfying when the character has a few more movesets. Maybe when they're sliding, we can enable another particle. And having some sort of a slide sound effect for sure. Maybe we could just increase the particle that we already have there. Like increase the spawn rate. Let's see. We've got, what do we got? Running, we have slide dust. Maybe. And then we got running dust. Okay. So we're only setting emitting. Amount is 6. Okay, so let's try this. So we're going to talk to running dust. Amount equals 24. And when we do walk, amount is 6. And then if we do this, if we're running, it is 6. If we're braking at 24. Now there used to be an issue where if you update the number of particles, it causes the previous particles to despawn. I think they fixed it. Either that or they've added a separate function for updating the particle system without having it destroy previous particles. Oh, there we go. Okay. I think we need to fix the collision shape size. Yeah, so you can see the particles get despawned. So in that case, I believe it is a function. I'm going to set the sandbox as the main scene for the time being. We still have to complete the cutscene we were animating before, now that we have new dialogues in place. So let's take a look here. Restart, emit particle. Ooh. Now that could be useful. Convert from particles. It's got a finished signal now. That's useful. Changing the value will cause the particle system to restart. To avoid this, change amount ratio. Huh. Okay. Ratio of particles that should usually be emitted. Set to fewer 1.0. This will set the amount of emitted particles through the lifetime ratio. Unlike changing amount ratio while emitting does not affect the already emitted particles and doesn't cause the particle system to restart. Can be used to create effects, make number of emitted particles vary over time. Hail to the yeah, boy. That's what we want. Okay, so I suppose if we are amount ratio. So the normal one is 1 time. When we're sliding, let's do 8 times. All right. Probably more than 8 times. Although that doesn't look any different. 18 times? Maybe it's got to be a float. Unless you can't set it to a smaller or a larger number. No, I don't think it's possible to set it to a smaller number. I think we have to quite literally set it to, let's do 32. And then when we're sliding, it's 1. And then when we're running, it's 0.2. Because it's a ratio. So the name should have tipped us off. There we go. Okay, that works. Okay. That's cool. Let's fix the collision shape size. Also that. I was kind of hoping the critter wouldn't be dumb enough to export the onion skin mask. Apparently not. Also, texture. Let's set it to nearest neighbor. There we go. That's good. Cool. Collision shape. Maybe we don't need to adjust. There we go. We might have to. Okay, wall detection. Then we also have this collision shape, which should be extending past by 1 pixel. Okay, we should probably make sure that the collision shape is centered. 76. Okay. That's fine. We need to make... yeah. Whoop. Need to make the collision shape have a even number. Okay, which means if we take a look at this collision shape, the height is 76, which means if we want to adjust these raycasts, this needs to be 76 divided by 2, 38 plus 1. Interesting. That doesn't look right. Oh, that's not the right collision shape, that's why. 76. No, that was the correct collision shape. What the heck? Yes, 76. That's twice as big. Divided by 2. Oh, I suppose they're using the tip of the ray to detect now. Okay, got it. Okay, so 37. Or is it? 39. There we go. Ceiling. Ceiling left. Negative 39. Ceiling right. Positive or negative 39 still. That's good. And I think left and right should still be okay. And I believe now we just need to lift this up like that. That should be okay. Okay, that's looking pretty decent. The slide needs to be adjusted just a tiny bit. Although we could probably have a little bit of an overlap. What do you think? The position of the particle would have to move down. You know, for the slide, I think I'm just gonna shift it just a little bit. Oh, come on. Yep. Okay, that's fine. And particles. Let's get the particles a little bit lower. Feet level. I think the foot changing positions might not be so good on the second piece. And also, let's lift this guy up a little bit. And that could work. Oh, wrong scene. Ah, damn it. Exported the mask again. The onion skin mask. Oh yeah, we forgot the hands. Whoops. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's fix up the direction change because right now it's super slow. This has to do with us introducing the oof, us introducing the delta into the movement code. Okay, so this is when the joystick is pushed far enough, and this is when it's back to the middle. That's regular deceleration. This button presses. And if it's nothing, we have deceleration. I think we actually don't have any code. Huh. This is just clamping, flipping the sprite, checking. Wall jump. And that's it. Yeah. Interesting. We don't have any code that causes our deceleration to be slower. Huh. Interesting. We could increase the deceleration, I think. Zero 0.8. Fascinating. Well, it makes... Dang it. It makes the slide less interesting. Okay. Now, usually, changing directions would be faster if you're on the ground because you have traction with the ground. But I think in this case, you see, I can't make that jump, and I used to be able to make that jump. Unless we do... Like, you let go of the joystick before you make the jump. Yeah, if you keep holding left to click to the wall, you end up doing this. But if you let go, you can actually do a climb like that. So that's where deceleration actually works. Now, what if... This is kind of a wild idea. But what if we make deceleration only work if you're on the ground? All right, let's do if is on floor. Only then deceleration works. There you go. Now that prevents us from doing that one jump. This is actually what Super Meat Boy does. You can't change your direction mid-flight as easy. Now, the problem with this, of course, is the fact that it creates another level of limitation. Just going to increase the particle lifespan for the wall slide particles. Yeah, it creates another level of limitation, which means some of the levels that we've created may not actually be passable now, because that vector of control has been stripped. It's a huge monkey wrench, yes. Yeah, the slide looks pretty good. I think just the overall character animations are looking much, much better now. Just because it kind of... Oh, interesting. You can stop almost instantaneously if you let go of the run button. Huh. Yeah, so since I made away with the idea of keeping the head separate from the body, the initial concept of that was that we can swap out the heads but keep the same body and same animations. But I think that kind of limited to the range of motions I could do because the heads stayed stationary. So all I could really do is maybe program a little bit of movement offset of the head, but that was pretty much the extent of how much I could do. But now, since the head is a part of the animation, yeah, we had to redraw the head for every pose, but it allowed us to create much more dynamic poses. Okay, now, what do we have here? Hmm. You know, there's actually no reason why we couldn't or why we shouldn't be able to change direction mid-flight. This is the code that actually adds the direction. Hmm. So yeah, this is actually where I'm thinking maybe we'll do a flip. We will allow the player to have more control over their direction while they're in midair. But as long as they're on the ground, they're subject to the slide and the whatever data we have to work with. So let's try this. If, let's do extra speed. So it's going to be 1.0 if what? If is on floor, extra speed mod. Else, if we're not on the floor, let's do 1.6. And then we'll just multiply this here. Cool. And this right here, actually this is independent of whether or not we're on the floor. So we should really just do this here as well. Well, it's independent if we're using keyboard or mouse or controller. Now, let's see. Okay, so that's right back to giving us the ability to do this. We still have our slide. We can do this. And if we let go... Aha. Actually, I think that might have resolved a really old running problem with the movement code. And it's the fact that if I didn't hold the joystick and I pressed jump, it would just like do a little and then stop in midair. But now, if I do jump, it actually jumps that way. So I don't even have to hold the controller, or I don't have to hold the movement joystick. I could just do this. But I could also go faster. Can I go faster? Let's see. Sort of. Interesting. If we're doing run, Okay, so if we're doing run, the slide is pretty substantial. But if we're doing walk, it's very short. Maybe a bit too short. Okay, we do have a place where we are checking for sprinting. There we go. And then here, we're just adjusting the clamping value. Deceleration is 0.8. Let's do 0.86. We might have to switch between two decelerations based on whether or not we're running or walking. Also, something to do with clamping. What if I prevent clamping if we are in midair? And the reason why I want to do that is because I want to implement some air-based obstacles or air-based mechanics, like a fan that blows upwards or whatever direction, and then it will cause the player to fly in the direction of air current. I can't do that while we are clamping the player's speed, because then it's not really going to look natural. It's going to look like there's a limit to it. So what I want to do is make sure that the clamping only works while we are on the ground. Okay, so if is on floor. There we go. Oh, oh, geez. Okay. So it... I just clear the whole map with one jump. Okay. Now, if that's the case, I want to see what kind of speeds we're reaching, because this looks like Mach 9 speeds over there. Let's see. Label. Dev. I'm going to place this right here. Make the text centered. And then in dev, I'm just going to print movement. Oh, excuse me. Dev. Text. There we go. Oh, come on. I didn't convert it to a string. I had that in my head. Convert it to a string. There we go. I can't see squat. Let's round it. Round it, I'm going to make it a little larger. Thank you. Okay, we can set the size directly. Cool. It's definitely above whatever the number is. It's definitely above 1,000. So I think it should be just a matter of us reducing. Ooh. Okay, I got no idea what kind of speeds we're reaching there. Negative 500. That was negative 2,000 for sure. But I think if we go to the wall jump, we can just reduce it there. There we go. So we got wall jump. Movement on the y-axis. But then, there we go. So wall jump, away movement. Cool. So we got sprint speed times 2. Sprint speed is 1,000. No wonder. Huh. So let's do this. It's going to say it's going to be sprint speed times 1.0 if the intended direction is to the left. Otherwise, you'll be half. Maybe we can do quarter. Okay. I think we might have to multiply by delta there. Okay. You know, you can actually use this. You can probably use this as a mechanic. The sliding mechanic. Like when you gotta slide beneath a wall. Pick up some speed. We could also make the player collision shape be made out of 2 collision shapes. And then just disable the top one. Allowing the player to get through tight spaces. And then I think also the frame. This slide. We could probably make the head a little bit lower. Mm-hmm. Which will make the next frame that much more impactful, by the way. Okay. Okay. Whoops. I'm really hoping I'm not gonna have to rewrite the whole player movement controller. Hmm. Okay, so cool. The really long jump that you can make seems a bit much. Hmm. Actually, let me double check. How do we handle the intended direction and regular direction? So that allows us to do this. Okay. And then if we don't, it just goes this way. I think the current levels might be possible, but I really have to go through each level and double check this. This ballistic launch is a little weird. But I guess that's what happens when you don't clamp your movement speed. Oh, that might be a problem. The character is actually larger than a single block. Huh. That might actually be a big problem. Because every single frame has the character slightly larger, isn't it? Okay. One single pixel, or one single tile, if I remember correctly, is it 64 or is it 128? I think it is one. No, no, it's got to be 64. Yeah, 64. Which means, which means, which means we don't have to change anything. We quite literally just implement the sliding mechanic. And that's it. And then we get to go. When we're sliding, we're just gonna half our player height, and then we can get through the single block openings. And that's it. Okay. Okay, so when we're doing a slide, not a slide, break, then, yeah, okay. That seems to be all right. Okay, so let's say the top. Where do we have the top? Where do we have the slide so we can disable the top? Okay, there we go. Oh, that's not the right slide. The break, that's what we want. Okay, so over here, we're going to say disabled false. And over here, if we are doing any sort of breaking, true. Now, of course, this will be a problem if we stand up. Right. So that's there. Yeah, nice. And of course, you know, if we stand up, it causes us to stop here. But we could make it a kill zone. So if you stand up in a slide area without having cleared the space, then you will kind of, you know, kill yourself. But that works. I'd say that works. I also want to maybe increase the deceleration just a touch. Since we have deceleration working, whoops, wrong scene. If you let go of the sprint button, the deceleration's almost pretty much instant. Okay. And of course, you know, just gonna get ourselves out of there. Yeah, nice. Oh, man. Look at that. And then all you have to do is just turn the joystick to the other side. If you're moving left, just turn it right, and then it works. Oh, man. Just like that. New movement mechanic. Okay. So, to be honest, this whole thing, where you can, like, accelerate yourself to the speed of Mach 2000. Ooh, that jump one. Yeah. I think that's fine. Ooh. Thunder. It's gonna be raining soon. Yeah, if I need to stop the slide, I just do this. Just let go of the sprint button. So not bad. Hmm. We could potentially limit our ability to just bullet ourselves across the map based on, was the jump made off of a wall or was the jump made off of the floor? Maybe. Like that right there was quite a bit of a jump. Also, I feel like our jump velocity could probably be based on the direction of the joystick. So where the joystick is pointing, that's where the jump is going to take place. Because right now the upwards jump is fixed. When we do a wall jump, it's fixed. Yeah, like that. That was a pretty steep upwards jump. So what I'm wondering is, maybe when we do a wall jump, we just sample the direction of the joystick or your keyboard, and then that's going to be the direction of the wall jump. So hypothetically, if you wanted to do a wall jump downwards, you could. And if we don't like that, we could just, check for the joystick y-axis. Yeah, that kind of a long jump is a bit awkward. Then again, I feel kind of conflicted about this because when I remade the game from GameMaker Studio to Godot, it might have even been twice at this point, I explicitly gave the player more speed and higher jump because I wanted the movement to feel more floaty. Because in GameMaker Studio, the way I coded movement was a little jump, little sprint. It felt fast, but it was nowhere near as fast as, say, Super Meat Boy. And I like the more free soaring through the air type feel for the motion, which is why when I ported to Godot, I gave it more speed and more jump. Now here, it's even more floaty because we removed the limits when we're in midair. I could hypothetically have a clamp value be different when we're on the ground and when we're in the air. Okay. Well, it is what it is. Hmm. if we do this? What if we, when we go to jump, whoops, no, go away. What if when we go to jump, we don't apply the full velocity, we apply half? That's sprint. Where's the wall jump? Is that it? Yeah, wall jump away movement. So let's go 0.5. 0.5, because I think the biggest problem is that we immediately go at 1000 pixels movement, and then because it's uncapped, it also adds additional velocity. All we have to do is just hold left or hold right. Okay, so this, to be honest, looks okay. Okay, maybe half is a bit much. 0.7. Yeah, that could work. Come on, you know what I want to do. I want to paint. There we go. Hmm. It almost feels like when we do a wall jump, there's a little bit of dampening on the character movement. Huh. Let me double check something. So let's go into that dev label. We are going to tell it to be left justified. And then let's see if it's on the floor when it's on the wall. Right. Let's add /R. Now we can run it. Wait a minute. Why are we converting a string to a string? Nope. Okay. See, now the wall jump seems a little weak. That seems a bit better. Okay, can we make the monsters jumps though? Seems like, okay, it's better. It's definitely better. It's not a monsters jump. It doesn't feel like we're just going, you know, the reverse of bullet time. Speedy Gonzalez time. This should be good. Oh, well, we're dead. Okay, well that's interesting. Okay, so I think maybe this is where we need to even further increase the deceleration. Okay. Yeah, we can almost make through that. Interesting. Oh, it's because we have no deceleration Right. Okay. I have a feeling we might just have to modify deceleration in real time based on whether or not we're holding sprint. Okay, so where do we use this? We use this all of, well, 4 times? 3 times. Okay, cool. So let's say, where do we check if the sprint is held? There we go. Get back up. There we go. Modify deceleration based on if sprint is pressed. So if sprint is pressed, deceleration is very slow. Else, we're going to set deceleration to 0.886. Nice. Okay, that's good. You know, we're probably going to have to do a tutorial that teaches the players how they can start a slide and then cancel the slide by releasing the sprint button. So we can have a tunnel that they have to slide through, a spike at the end of the tunnel, so and a way up. So they have to release the button before they hit the spike, so they go upwards. Okay. Okay, cool. I think we can wrap it up here. Not flipping bad. I guess we'll just have to go through the levels and see if they're still passable with this system. Cool. All right, thanks everybody for watching. We'll continue when we continue. Perfect.